Honorable members, prayers. Let us pray. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and our good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. Amen. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, let me apologize for the late start of proceedings today. We had a delegation from Tanzania, and we also had to discuss a few things at the preceding meeting. As a result of that meeting, the business for today has been decided upon is quite light, but definitely members will have a say. I also have a delegation from the US to attend to, so at the appropriate time I may have to hand over to my deputies to continue with proceedings if need be. So with this, we can move, since I have no message from His Excellency the President, we can move to item 4 on the order paper, which deals with correction of votes and proceedings and official report. We will start with the correction of votes and proceedings of Wednesday, 15th June 2022. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Yes, page 6. Page 7.
Page 7, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please.
Number 21. My name has been captured as absent with permission. I was here yesterday, and I can't remember filling absent with permission form.
Honorable members, he's talking about item 3, number 21. The Honorable Idrisu Habib, Member of Parliament for Tolong, was present yesterday. So table of his kindly take note. Page 7, yes?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, item 4, number 6. I was very present yesterday. I even asked a question of the Deputy Minister. I'm surprised I've been marked absent.
Table of his kindly take note. You have to be more vigilant than before. I definitely can testify to the presence of both members in the House yesterday. Page 8. Yes, Honorable De La Sua.
Right, Honorable Speaker, number 47. I was present yesterday, but I've been marked absent.
Number
47. Page 8.
yes, page 8.
Yes.
Table of his take note. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, page 8, item 30. I was present and I was marked absent.
Yes. Honorable member was present. The member for Asikuma Adobem Prakwa. Any more? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise on the very important matter of our brother, Jackie Kwesi. Mr. Speaker, I see that he continues to be marked as absent without permission. However, Mr. Speaker, we are aware that his situation is sub judice, and his absence in the House is as a result of a judicial injunction. And so I want your guidance regarding how his status should be recorded in the House. Else, Mr. Speaker, this becomes the only record where tomorrow evidence from this could be used as a basis against him for absenting himself for more than 15 sitting days of the House, Mr. Speaker. Particularly because on Tuesday, the Supreme Court refused the review application concerning his status in the House. And so, for now, he remains injuncted until the merits of the matter is fully determined. So, Mr. Speaker, I seek your guidance regarding how the table of issue record is situation, given his peculiar circumstances. I thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable member, this invitation, though very tempting, is a difficult one. This is the first time we've been confronted with such a matter. I'm aware of the earlier ones, but this one is quite unique. I'm aware of the earlier ones in the case of the honorable former member who was held up in the U.S. for a long time because he was being tried for some allegation of having committed a crime. I'm aware of that. We will have to, while the case is sub judice, because of the nature of the order, officially take some actions, but this I can only do after consultation with leadership. And so I will plead with the honorable member to allow me to do so, and I will come properly to the House to make a formal communication on it. I hope I have satisfied you.
Mr. Speaker, that is so. I'm satisfied with your response.
Yes, thank you so much. Page 9. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I find my name under absent, and probably rightly so. However, I want to appeal that I was actually at a committee meeting in Kofodia, and I would have thought that when we sign attendance at the committee meeting, there would be a way to relay that attendance to the table office. Even if it will be absent with permission, that could be better, in my opinion, than to expect that we file leave of absence or.
Well, honorable members, this is one of the issues we need to address in the new standing orders as to how we handle these matters. Now, we'll have to be guided by the decision of the Supreme Court. But in your particular case, I think once you filed for permission to absent yourself, it should have been captured under absence with permission, not without permission. Because if the committee members are continuing with the business of the House, and by nature of their being physically absent, but they are still conducting the business of the House, and there's evidence that they have completed the form requesting for absence with permission, that definitely will have to be granted them. And so table office kindly take note and capture it properly. Absent with permission. Yes, honorable member, did I hear you say you filed absent with permission?
No, Right Honorable Speaker. My contention is once it was an official committee meeting and we signed attendance at that committee meeting, probably on daily basis those who are present could be relayed to table office for it to be captured as absence with permission rather than expect all members to file when they are actually on official duties on behalf of Parliament. Thank you.
Well, that is why yesterday I did talk about us upping again to be able to adopt the new technological developments to be able to capture all this. It's very difficult when you sign the form to show that you are attending a committee meeting outside Parliament, for that list to be transmitted to the House immediately for it to be captured for the votes and proceedings of the next day. You know, it's very difficult. But later on, when the votes and proceedings is capturing the meeting of the committee, that will reflect under that column. Yes, so for yesterday, you'll be captured as being absent without permission. But later, when your report is submitted, including the minutes, and I want to emphasize this, the secretaries and clerks of the committee must always submit comprehensive minutes of the deliberations of the committee for the attendance of the leadership of the meeting. I mean, this was done very well in the early days. First Parliament, second Parliament, third, we did them. It should be continued. Then from there, if there are issues raised, as members usually do, we can then refer to the minutes to know whether this was what occurred or happened or was said at the meeting. So we need those pieces of evidence to support us take decisions on the floor of the House. But as at now, the position is that quorum is based on presence on the floor of the House. That is the guidance we got from the Supreme Court. I may disagree with it, and I will continue to disagree with it, because the business of the House is mostly transacted outside the floor of the chamber. And you cannot be in the presence of Parliament doing parliamentary business and being marked to be absent from Parliament. Well, the constitutional provision did not say absent from the floor of the chamber of Parliament. It says absent from Parliament. Parliament is not only the floor of the chamber. With this, we can continue, and then we move on to page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page 17. Yes, page 17.
Right Honourable Speaker, please at page 17, item number XVII, Mr. Ajiman Bedu, Head of Operations, Health Facilities Regulatory Agency. I think that's where the record should end. The additions are quite unwholesome. Resident, Ghana College of Pharmacy, it's clearly the printer's devil, Mr. Speaker. So if they could be deleted, that is Resident, Ghana College of Pharmacy, they clearly have missed their way. Mr. Ajiman Bedu is the Head of Operations, Health Facilities Regulatory Agency, then full stop, and we delete the rest. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member, you are right. Table of Office, kindly take note. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Page 21. Page 22. Page 23. Page 24. Page 25. Page 26. Page 27. Page 28. Page 29. Page 30. Yes, Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, on page 30, the Committee on Trade, Industry and Tourism met yesterday And as part of the people who attended the meeting, you have Professor Alex Dodo and one Mr. George Anthony.
I got a bit unsure of the position because this one is talking about Tuesday, 14th June. And you were talking about yesterday.
Yes, Speaker, I'm guided. I think it was the day for yesterday. And so the day for yesterday, they were not there. It's yesterday's own that they were there. So I thought this was for yesterday. So I'm guided. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, the last page, page 31. Yes, honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, page 31, item number V, just before closing. We only have parliamentary service without the specific role, as is a practice. We have that provided for everybody else, except Mr. H. Osei Oponchecheku. So, Mr. Speaker, if that can be clarified. And then, Mr. Speaker, I would plead with you to also draw attention to page 23. I was distracted by the clerk for good reason. He was drawing my attention to something important. The item number VI at page 23, the Ministry of the Interior, if it can be corrected accordingly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Page 23, Roman what? VI.
VI, Mr. Speaker, the
Chief Director, Ministry of Interior.
Ministry of the Interior. So if we can insert that. As has been done.
Yes, I got it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Table office, kindly take note and do the necessary correction. Yes, Honorable.
Honorable Speaker, a consequential correction following from the Honorable Member for North Tongue, as was made for the parliamentary service, which is Roman numeral V on page 31, would apply to Roman numerals XV, III, XIX, and XX on page 26, because that also is just captured as parliamentary service. So if we are going to be effecting a correction based on his recommendation, it will have to affect that as well. Thank you.
I actually did not get the essence of the earlier correction to me that we should include national service personnel. I did not get that sense. If that is the case, then I will withdraw my directive to the table office to comply with that recommendation, because they are there representing the parliamentary service. And I think over the years, that's how we've been capturing them. We don't add the national service personnel.
Well, right on, Speaker, we didn't know that they are national service personnel, so we are guided accordingly.
They are present at the committee meeting representing parliamentary service, not national service.
All right. We are grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, so please let's keep them as they stand now. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 12th sitting held on Wednesday, 15th June 2022 are adopted as a true record of proceedings. Today, I don't have any copy of the official report. Yes. Deputy Minority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to come under Order 53, 1I, and J. Mr. Speaker, and I'm strengthening that one with Order 1602. Last week, Mr. Speaker, your business committee met based on Order 1602, and we arranged business for this week. At the business committee meeting, Mr. Speaker, you gave a directive that we should program the Minister for Finance and the Minister for National Security to appear before this House. Mr. Speaker, when we met at the business committee, we did. And one thing the business committee did was that all business activities that were supposed to be done by the Finance Minister were all programmed for today, Thursday. And therefore, all the 16 questions that he was supposed to answer within the week were all programmed for today. So, Mr. Speaker, if you go to the business statement for this week, page 2, page 5, that's Thursday, 16th June 2022. The Minister of Finance is to appear before the House and answer 16 questions. Mr. Speaker, beside that, subject to Order 72, is also to make a statement to this House explaining how the COVID resources which we approve for him had been spent. Mr. Speaker, when the business statement was presented in this House, we all adopted it. Therefore, everybody who is watching our business in this House know very well that today the Honorable Minister for Finance, Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta, will be appearing before the Parliament of Ghana to answer to the Ghanaian people how much money he received in the name of COVID and how those monies were spent. Mr. Speaker, the Ghanaian people are expectantly glued to their TVs and radios. The press call came very early this morning, and they were expecting that we'll be sitting at 10. So they were asking, is the Minister for Finance coming? I said, I'm a leader, but I'm not aware. But all I know is that the business statement says so. So we are all expecting him. Mr. Speaker, we are here. If you take the other paper for today, it's different from what was approved by the business committee on the business statement. And Mr. Speaker, if we allow business to go that way, you sit in the chair and give directive. Number 3 personality of this country. You give a directive to a Minister of Finance to appear before the House and explain to the good people of Ghana how Parliament is exercising its oversight responsibility. Mr. Speaker, I think any Minister of State should take this directive or this call very seriously. So, Mr. Speaker, I want an explanation from the leader of government business. I am not aware whether a letter has been written to all the 16 people who asked those questions. And even if so, Mr. Speaker, Other 70, 72 are very straightforward. Ministers of state should appear before the House and explain matters of national importance. When COVID came, Mr. Speaker, we were in our constituencies. You gave us 1 day to come to this House and approve $1 billion under certificate of urgency. We did. So we, after approving all those monies under certificate of urgency for you, we have given you 3 weeks. Mr. Speaker, you gave that directive last 3 weeks. He was supposed to come last week. He didn't come. We programmed him for this week. Today too, Mr. Speaker, the questions have disappeared from the other people. And the Minister of State responsible for finance is not in the chamber. Mr. Speaker, if we tolerate that culture where Parliament says tomorrow I'm doing this, we come and we give excuse. The Parliament of Ghana cannot be given excuses. And therefore, whoever has business to be transacted in this House must take us serious. So, Mr. Speaker, when you gave that directive, you said we should suspend the 75 million euros, which was supposed to be approved for COVID expenditures, until the minister comes to this House and do that expenditure explanation. Mr. Speaker, that has not been done. The loan has been stood down. There are other financial motions. Mr. Speaker, and if you take the other people for today, the Minister of State is not just only here. He's not just only absent from Parliament. On the other people, you've taken his questions out, and he's seeking this House to give approval, lay a paper of $1 billion. There is a saying in Akan, Mr. Speaker, if you are not able to account for what has been given to you, we don't add other. And there is no way, Mr. Speaker, you give directive and we in leadership will not make sure that it is accomplished. Your directives still stand. And I don't think, Mr. Speaker, this House should tolerate or play with oversight responsibility. In the 141st IPU, Mr. Speaker, you took me there. And the whole worldwide, all the 191 countries in the world, said we should not take oversight lightly at all. So, Mr. Speaker, we have come. And we keep on lamenting oversight, oversight, oversight. If the minister is not here to answer the 16 questions, Mr. Speaker, just a statement on how much you receive under COVID and how much you spent it. This statement too, it can be 1 page. That one too, Mr. Speaker, I believe that it is incumbent upon we in leadership to make sure that whoever sits in the chair, when you give directive, we must assist you to make sure it's implemented. And Mr. Speaker, in bringing matters or man rendition to a close, even in the business, in the other people for today, the annual public debt stock for 2020, which was laid in this House in April 2020 by the majority leader, when he presented the budget, his own budget annual debt stock report has not yet been approved. 2021 has not been approved. We are in 2022, 3 years. We say annual debt stock report, which has become 3 years debt stock report. And we are in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, we cannot tolerate this. Parliament must be Parliament. The people of Ghana expect Parliament of the Republic of Ghana to be the keeper of the purse. You can't say you are the keeper of the purse when the finance minister is keeping the purse somewhere. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to re-emphasize your position. We are not progressing with any financial motion until the exchequer, the one who government has given the responsibility to take responsibility of the finances of this country, appear to render these accounts on behalf of government. And Mr. Speaker, we don't mean any harm. We just want to clear the air that there is no wrongdoing anywhere. And we can't be saying there's no malfeasance anywhere. And we can't be saying always chastising, oh, government has received 32 billion on COVID, government cannot account. We're giving you the space to come and account. If you can account, account. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, at the outset, I need to
correct an impression my colleague created. Specific to the annual debt stock report, and with respect to him, with respect to my colleague, the very day we had decided to take that motion, the chairman is here, and I don't know if the ranking member is also here. The information I got from your side was that the minority leader had indicated that he had some very important comments to make, so we should hold on with that report. So that has to be clarified. Again, the day the finance minister was billed to appear, I think it came up to a Friday, a certain Friday, and that very Friday, we did not sit. The House decided not to sit on that very Friday, and so we all need to apprise our minds with these facts. So that beyond that, there have been some outstanding concerns. And here I'm not talking about welfare issues. There have been statutory and statutory payments that all of us were mandated, in leadership, particularly with the whips, were mandated to follow through to ensure payment. So that we did that. I'm happy to announce that some substantial payments have been made in respect of common fund. Some payments have been made. I'm giving this background. So all these come in as a concern. Speaker, on the program for the minister to appear before the House, yes, the business committee programmed him accordingly. And then we had a communication from the minister appealing to us that we should reschedule his appearance. So I'm aware that the minister currently has also related through the majority leader to your good self that we should reprogram his appearance today to next week, Wednesday. And colleagues, the greatest of respect, this is not the first time. It is not the first time a minister with respect calling for reprogramming of his appearance. It's not the first time. So let's not raise the temperature unnecessarily. He has communicated through the majority leader to the speaker that on Wednesday, he's going to kill two birds with a stone. He's going to answer all the questions, and then he's also going to make the statement. So let's exercise some restraint. A statement related to your call on the COVID expenditure. That's what he's going to do. So I want to appeal to my colleague. Let's exercise restraint and give him the benefit of the doubt. On Wednesday, I can assure you, the minister will be in the House and he will do the needful. He will present both the statement and then he will speak to the question. So I think this should, with respect my colleagues, and I'm appealing to you, with respect, this should bring a finality to this matter. And then we give him the benefit of the doubt. On Wednesday, he will appear before us and do the needful. So I'm grateful.
Honorable members, I thought that we could suspend sitting for a few minutes. I will have a word with the leadership, and then we can come and conclude this matter, and I'll give my ruling on it. So I will suspend sitting for 10 minutes, and I want during the course of the 10 minutes to have a word with the leaders. Then when we come in, we can come and continue with what has been raised, and then I will be better positioned to make a ruling on this matter. Minority Leader. Minority Leader.
Speaker, since you've requested to meet with leadership, I'm sure I should rest my guns because, yes, because
or your fire?
I should rest my.
You take my fire.
I should rest my. Guns. Because Speaker, he knows that these are my guns and my mouth. I'm not carrying any ammunition.
I've heard your warning shot. You will suspend the sitting.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Hey, Master.
Yes, honorable members, we're back to continue with where we left off. And the minority leader was trying to catch my eye, which he did. And so I'll give him the opportunity to continue. And then we can try to find solution to this. Yes, so minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you very much for the opportunity. When I sought to use my idiomatic expression of holding my guns to mean holding fire, some chose to abandon the idiomatic expression they learned in school to suggest that I was carrying a gun. There's no gun in my hand. I don't intend to have a gun. But Mr. Speaker, just to respect that you have requested that leadership should meet. Mr. Speaker, as demonstrably communicated by the Honorable Ibrahim Ahmed, today we are programmed to hear the Minister for Finance respond to parliamentary questions in exercise of oversight of the Parliament of Ghana. He is a key minister and a key ministry whose answers to this House means a lot to the Ghanaian public. We are unable to accept the explanation that he is not available today for purpose of parliamentary business. I'm not aware of any formal communication from him that he is not able to come and answer those questions. I see, Mr. Speaker, that your directive that he comes to us for 19.7 billion of COVID resources. This is the first time in our constitutional democratic history under the Fourth Republic that a minister and a government will be running away from questions of accountability. Come and account to the Ghanaian people. The donors themselves are saying, account for the money we gave you. 1 billion from IMF, 430 million US dollars from World Bank, 10 billion from Bank of Ghana, and 200 million from Stabilization Fund. So, Mr. Speaker, you were right when you demanded that in the interest of probity and accountability, the preamble to our constitution, the minister must come to this August House and account to the Ghanaian people. Mr. Speaker, it has even become more important when we hear people talk about how monies were shared to them from COVID resources we have. And Mr. Speaker, the same finance minister who is not able to come here, we are told that he wants to come and lay a paper as the Honorable Ahmed intimated to borrow 1 billion. Trigger happy borrowing minister. Even when we are tottering at the precipice of bankruptcy with debt overhang of 81% of GDP, 391 billion, you still want to borrowing. And you say you are superior at debt management. Where in the world has this happened? 120 billion to 400 billion within just a matter of 5 years. So, Mr. Speaker, we demand that the Minister for Finance comes himself, not a deputy minister, not a minister of state. The president appointed a minister of finance, the Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta. He is the one we are demanding he appears before this August House to respect parliamentary questions and answer on COVID, and probably continue his borrowing if he pleases to have the support of this House. we have strong reservations encouraging and supporting borrowing, given the distress that the economy is being subjected to by him and at his leadership as the Minister of Finance. So, Mr. Speaker, I will think that when you say Wednesday, that he says Wednesday, I'm not aware until you said that at conclave that there's been some communication to you and the majority leader. I said that I was unaware of it until I heard from you at conclave, and I maintain that. And I maintain that I'm still part of leadership. So therefore, the Minister for Finance must demonstrate respect to the Parliament of Ghana. He cannot be coming as and when he chooses or when he is available. No. This is the Parliament of Ghana. We are elected. We are not appointed. We are not appointed to be sitting here. He can be dismissed. He can be dismissed tomorrow. We are here. We will survive our 4 years here. He is appointed. We are elected. And we respect the elective principle behind us, that we have the mandate and trust of the people who have sent us to represent them here. And we are demanding those accountability in the interest of the Ghanaian people and donors, that he comes to account for 19.7 billion COVID money he received. So, Mr. Speaker, when I hear Wednesday, I hope and pray I'll be guided by whatever direction you give, that God will give us life to live to see Wednesday. But I am reluctant to say that Mr. Speaker, this House should stand down all matters related to the Ministry of Finance until he comes in person here to be able to do business with us. We should stand it down. And he can be strong somewhere, but not to the Parliament of Ghana, Mr. Speaker, under your leadership. He can be showing his muscle and waxing it somewhere, and some corridor somewhere, but not here. I'll abandon your campaign along the line, Mr. Speaker. So I think that we should stay off action of matters related to the Minister for Finance. And we demand that he comes in person, not through a deputy minister or a minister of state. And then when you have this communication, you share as you have done, Mr. Speaker. So we, Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta, we want you to come and appear before Parliament and come and answer COVID expenditure questions and members of Parliament questions in the interest of oversight and accountability in the name of the Republic of Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I walked into the room, I was hearing my colleague, the First Deputy Whip for the minority, relate to an annual debt stock report that is still in abeyance. I want to believe that he really was talking to the annual public debt management report. The report before us is the annual public debt management report. I don't know of any report before the House titled Annual Debt Stock Report. The Speaker, you must get it right. The second, Mr. Speaker, Minority Leader is saying that I didn't get what he said right when he said to himself that he was going to hold his guns. You hold your fire. You hold your fire. You don't hold your guns. Mr. Speaker, I'm addressing the Minority Leader. But, Mr. Speaker, really, these are side kicks. The real issue relates to the COVID-19 expenditures that the minister, as I'm told, is required to come and respond to. Speaker, I agree that Parliament must insist on its oversight responsibility. And so if anybody raises an issue about the minister having to come before this House to account for the expenditures, that can only be right. That is the business of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, just to state that the minister responsible for finance is not running away from accountability. Let nobody rush to that conclusion. The minister is not running away from accountability. What he has indicated to us, and indeed, Mr. Speaker, yesterday at the Parliamentary Service Board meeting, we were to the minister for some additional information and further conversation on some issues, some other issues. So, Mr. Speaker, after we adjourned, I contacted him, and indeed he came to my office around 9 o'clock in the night. We left here after 10:30 in the night. Speaker, following from that, I related to you this morning what discussions that are going on between the Minister of Finance and myself, and what he had also pleaded that we did for him this morning in respect of the questions that have been filed. The Speaker, it was whilst we were in the office that he got to hear that responses to those questions had been dumped in his house. He was not even aware that they had finished with the responses. And then he said to me that he needed to go and read and then maybe do some other consultations after he had read, just so that it will be in sync with the responses that other people have given. The Speaker, we don't expect the Finance Minister to see the responses first time, and indeed what was even untoward was that even before he could see the responses, apparently they had been brought to Parliament before he himself has seen it. And so he pleaded that he should see them first, read them, appreciate what the technical people have brought, and if there are any other matters to be added on, he will do so before, so that he will be able to give a comprehensive response. Mr. Speaker, so that is what a minister is required to do. That doesn't mean that the minister is running away from responsibility. So for anybody to jump into conclusions that the minister is running away from responsibility, I shudder to think of how that thing is coming about. And I hear my colleague, the Honorable Abuja, say that since 2017. 2017, did you have COVID? 2017, did you have COVID? It's about COVID expenditure. I say, oh, since 2017. 2017, you had COVID. In your village, you had COVID. So, Mr. Speaker, we should be realistic. Between today and Wednesday, it's not too far. In fact, he himself said either Tuesday or Wednesday. The business committee, it was that decided I should be Wednesday, so that people could maybe get better informed about the minister coming here. And again, after the event, it may become necessary to meet the minister, maybe in a joint caucus, for other discussions. That is why we say that it rather should be Wednesday. So let me underscore the fact that the minister is not running away from what is required of him to do. He knows his responsibilities, he knows his charges, and he responds to same accordingly. Mr. Speaker, as for this talk about borrowing and which government has been on borrowing spree, the facts will tell the story better. We borrow in dollars, we borrow in foreign currency. And it is obvious
to anybody, any analytical person, that between 2009, the amount of borrowing that we did, the stock of borrowing, is far more huger in dollar terms than now. Yes, in dollar terms than now. Don't let any pretenders deceive you. Don't let any pretenders deceive you. The borrowing, the stock of borrowing, yes, the stock of borrowing, $45 billion as compared to now. Don't let any pretenders mislead you. But the fact will come out. The fact will come out. Mr. Speaker, this is a house that is concerned with serious business. We talk to facts and figures. Not street gossip. Not street gossip. Not gossip on radio stations. Mr. Speaker, now the minority leader is saying that in respect of the businesses program for the finance minister to do, in particular relating to item 6C, that is the syndicated loan, is saying to us that we should not entertain the deputy minister presenting a paper on behalf of the ministry. Mr. Speaker, this is not personal to the minister. In any event, presentation of a paper done by a minister is in fulfillment of his charge. And indeed, this House cannot prevent a minister from laying a document in this House. Mr. Speaker, if a minister or anybody acting on behalf of a ministry is submitting a document to this House, the House cannot say that we are preventing you from bringing the paper to this House. You cannot. It doesn't lie within the remit of anybody to say that we will prevent you from bringing the paper to this House. That would be a dangerous precedent. It's not known to any jurisdiction. It's not jurisdiction. You don't have the power to say that I will not allow a ministry to present a paper to this House. You don't have the power. And that is not for the minority. It's for all of us. Parliament cannot say that we will not allow a minister or a ministry, will not allow you to present a paper in the House. You can't say that. It doesn't lie in your mouth to say that we will not allow you to do that. But, Mr. Speaker, we should be building consensus on how to vote. Mr. Speaker, one unilaterally declare that I will not allow this to happen. That is not building consensus. I'm talking to you about technicalities. That it doesn't lie within the mouth of anybody to say that we will not allow the minister to bring any paper to this House. You cannot. Perhaps what the House can say is that we will not do business on your request until you meet A, B, C conditions. That one we can say so. That one we can say so. But you cannot say that you will not allow him to bring the document to the House. Doc, I so much have high regards for you. If you disagree with me, can I resume my seat and allow you to canvass your opinion? I can use, and then you come out, and then we can debate what you want to say. Oh, no. Sit down. What can you say? What value can you add? Just sit down and don't waste our time. Mr. Speaker, so respectfully, I think we can make progress. I hear what my colleagues have said. We'll take that on board. We want ministers to respect this House, and we want them indeed respond to our beckonings. When we invite them, they should be here to respond to our requests. However, if it becomes necessary because of certain circumstances, as we are witnessing today, Mr. Speaker, I believe that between now and Tuesday or Wednesday is not too long. Let's accommodate that. When he comes, any other matter that is left unattended to, we can have that conclave and discuss those matters. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honorable members, preliminary matters. Holding on to your fire and holding on to your guns are both idiomatic expressions used in English. When they say hold your fire, it means don't shoot. When you are holding onto your gun, it means you are standing by the same position you took earlier on. No change. They are both idioms used in English. And that is what I learned in English language in Legon. Let's now move on to the issue of questions. Please, I want to reiterate. When questions are asked of ministers, we expect the ministers to be here to answer the questions. And Order 61 is very clear on that. It says, ministers shall, by order of the House. It's not only the shall, it's also an order. Be requested to attend sittings of the House to answer questions asked of them. And 63 says, a minister shall not take more than 3 weeks to respond to a question from the House. In practice, we have, with the full knowledge of the state of our state machinery, giving ministers more than 3 weeks to answer questions. But the practice is also that we have a rota of questions. We program the ministers to come, and a minister is allocated, or ministers, a number of them, a certain day to appear before the House to answer the questions. That's why it's referred to as rota of questions. Now, when the date is allotted, the minister is, by outstanding orders, compelled to be available to answer. And so when you read Order 61, it says the time available for answering questions shall be allotted on different days in rotation for the answering of questions relating to such ministry or ministries as the Speaker may determine. And on each such day, only questions relating to the ministry or ministries for each time has been allotted on that day shall be placed on the list of questions for oral answer. Yes, last week, for good reason, it wasn't possible. And usually the business committee is given the opportunity to do the allotment. And so the Minister for Finance was allotted today to come and answer a number of questions. These questions stand in the name of the ministry. The minister is not available today, we are told. And the minister himself spoke to me why he's not available today. But before today, I had given a directive, and that directive was to the effect that the minister should appear before this House to account for monies that we approved for him to use to lead the country, as his ministry, for us to see how we could respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. A lot of questions have been raised in respect of that, so he should come to account to the good people of how that state resources has been applied by his ministry to the benefit of the people. And I did indicate that until that is done, a motion that requested the approval of this House for more money to be given him, that is his ministry, not him in person, for the purpose of COVID-19, be on the hold until he answers the questions, he responds to. I think that still holds. And I'll go further to say that until the answer is provided, until he goes through the accountability process, we will not take that motion. With respect to the questions, well, today he has another request before us. That will also be affected. Until he comes to respond to the questions and to submit the statement, giving explanation as to how that money has been applied, we will not entertain any business from that ministry. Mark my words. Let me say that this House can decide that we will not allow a minister to present or lay business before the House, depending on the conduct of the minister. Members recall that this thing came far back in the second Parliament of the Fourth Republic, where the issue of hold-on ministers took place. And the late Right Honorable Justice Daniel Francis Annan was confronted with it when the late Honorable J.H. Mensah, then minority leader, raised the issue that they will not allow the then Minister for Finance. Usually, I don't know why it's Ministers for Finance who come to have this challenge. When the Honorable J.H. Mensah raised that objection, Justice Annan had to respond and in fact conceded and did not permit the then Minister for Finance to present the business before the House. Now, the question then at that time was a question as to whether he was a Minister for Finance or not. That was the question. But he appeared as a minister. That is what he did. And so that issue had to be discussed, and later on, he was allowed to present the report, which was done. And so it's not completely true that we can, for good reason, prevent or disallow a minister from presenting business to the House. We can. But technically, the ministers are mandated and empowered to bring business to the House. And once the minister is bringing the business to the House cannot say, I will not receive the business. That is it. Technically, we can't do that. But it's a human institution. And so from time to time, you try to let other people, if you don't give me the due respect, if you don't see me as somebody worthy of you doing business with, I can say, well, you will not have the opportunity to come before me. I think this is the situation in which we are in. And so I will rule that we will allow the laying of the paper. I will refer it to the committee, and I will direct the committee not to consider the business until the minister fulfills the request of the House. In other words, the minister has to respond to my directive before the Committee on Finance will consider the business. That is my directive, and I will stick to that directive. So, honorable members, I will direct the Business Committee to reschedule the questions for the Wednesday, together with the outstanding business of the minister coming to respond to the outstanding serious matter of accounting to the good people of Ghana how the COVID-19 money has been utilized to the benefit of the people. So both will have to come before the House on Wednesday. Honorable members, the Wednesday definitely then will be a day for the Minister for Finance. He will have to answer all the questions, and you have to respond to the outstanding issue of accounting for the utilization of the COVID-19 money. With this, I think we've resolved this matter, and we'll proceed to the business of the day. I hope the majority leader, who is leader of government business, heard me clearly, and he will communicate accordingly to the Minister for Finance. Honorable members, before we go to continue the business on the order paper, I have the honor and privilege to draw your attention to a distinguished delegation from the Parliament of Tanzania. They are here, as usual, for a benchmarking visit to Parliament and the Parliamentary Service to try to share and learn from us some evolving best practices to be able to respond to some urgent needs in that country. And so, with your kind permission, I want to introduce the members of the delegation to you. It's actually an ad hoc committee on salaries, allowances, and conditions of service for members and staff of the Parliament of Tanzania. So they will be here for 2 days. The delegation are, among other things, to meet with their Ghanaian counterparts to benchmark best practices. And as I said, share ideas and experiences as far as the emoluments and conditions of members of Parliament and parliamentary staff are concerned. So you see, it's not only Ghana that is confronted with this issue. We are not working alone. There are others working with us. The visit is further intended to afford the delegation an opportunity to gain in-depth knowledge of the workings of the Parliamentary Service of Ghana. Now, with your kind permission, the delegation is being led by Honorable Ambassador Ombeni Sefi. He is the head of the delegation. There are some other members and also members of staff with him. We have Honorable Rashid Badi. He is a member. Honorable Jafet Sagalsli, member. And Honorable Agnes Mina, a member. The staff, we have 4 of them. Mr. Michael Kadebe is in the Secretariat. We have Ms. Trifonia Mimgongo from the Secretariat and Mr. Emmanuel Impanda, also from the Secretariat. Last but not the least, Mr. Mumkuta Masoli is also a member of the Secretariat. I have had my bite already with them this morning, shared my ideas about it. Luckily for them, today this issue is very topical because of a statement I presented to the University of Professional Studies, Accra, and they talk about conditions of service of members of parliament. Honorable members, on your behalf and on behalf of the House, I warmly welcome the delegation to Parliament, and I wish them a very fruitful deliberation. I will also want to urge members to give them enough time to probe into all the areas that they want to know, and please be candid with the delegation. Say it as it is, don't run away from any issue. Because this is a thorny matter which is eating into the fabric of our democratic culture in Africa. And we have to confront it as a continent and find solutions to it. So what I did was to raise the issues for public discourse. It's one of the thorny issues that we have, and I've been here for almost 30 years. I know how members sacrifice and how members are insulted because of this. So we must find a solution to it as a country. So honorable members of the Parliament of Tanzania and staff, you are warmly welcome to the Parliament of Ghana. Honorable members, we move on to, you want to make some comments to also welcome them? Yes, Minority Leader.
Speaker, this is very, very unusual. Normally, you just recognize your guest and the guest of Parliament. But indulge me on your behalf as Vice President of CPA, your good self. You are Vice President of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. The Honorable Osaiche Mensah is Vice Chairman of the CPA at CPC. Mr. Speaker, to put on record that when they appeared before this House, on your behalf, we conveyed the gratitude of this Parliament and the people of Ghana to the Tanzanian Parliament and to their government in particular, Mr. Speaker, for their continuous generous support to the well-functioning of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. Mr. Speaker, but for them, the CPA would have been found wanting and struggling in many respects. So I just wanted you to indulge me, since you are Vice President, ready to take over the chair in 2023 as President of the CPA, to recognize what the Tanzanian Parliament have done, including even some investment interest in Dodoma, in Tanzania, which will help secure the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Speaker, I also thank you for the space accorded to lend my voice to the remarks that you've made and also that from the minority leader in welcoming our compatriots from Tanzania to Ghana. Mr. Speaker, Tanzania has been doing a yeoman's job, thus keeping the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association Africa region afloat. Mr. Speaker, they have provided the Secretariat for CPA Africa region, and whereas country chapters are required every year to pay an amount of $10,000 to keep the association afloat, Tanzania, apart from providing the Secretariat and paying for the staff, additionally, every year subvents the association to the tune of $60,000. The Speaker, they have never defaulted. There are many countries in Africa which have, as of yet, have been defaulting in their payments, and some chapters have been placed in abeyance. But Tanzania has been doing so well for the Africa region. Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, the amounts that we have accumulated as CPA Africa region, they have been able to keep them safely for us. And today, we are on the verge of investing the amount so accumulated in the construction of a facility that will host the many meetings that we have been having in Tanzania. We used to have them in Dar es Salaam. Today, they've moved it to the new capital, which is Dodoma. Mr. Speaker, whenever we've gone there, they provided us with free hotel accommodation. And that really is phenomenal. That is phenomenal, given where Tanzania is. They've done and indeed made so much sacrifices to sustaining CPA Africa region. Mr. Speaker, as the minority leader has noted, and I want to re-emphasize the point, Tanzania is also the first nation on the continent to have provided CPA with a Secretary General in the person of Dr. Shida, who unfortunately transitioned whilst in office. And clearly, his effort broke through for us. There's a reason why today Africa has demanded, and indeed we are submitting to the Halifax meeting, that the position of the Secretary General should be rotational amongst the 9 regions of CPA. And Africa is united before this motion, which was moved by South Africa and indeed reinforced and re-emphasized by the chapter in Uganda. Mr. Speaker, you may recollect that that motion was filed on behalf of Africa by your own colleague, the person that you succeeded at IPU, Speaker Rebecca Kadaga of Uganda, who unfortunately is no longer in office. Mr. Speaker, so Tanzania must be commended for the enormous responsibility that they've kept on their shoulders and have kept executing to sustain CPA Africa. And, Mr. Speaker, as the minority leader has noted, you are in line for the chairship, for the presidency, I should say, of CPA International. Ghana is hosting CPA, the CPC, Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference, next year. That's international. And in view of that, our Speaker is the Vice President. When we host it, we become the President. So our speaker is the vice president of CPC, and it's CPA International, and yours truly is the vice chair of the vice chair of Commonwealth Parliamentary Association International. In fact, Mr. Speaker, when we came to the election, my campaign manager was the minority leader, the Honorable Haruna Idris. Mr. Speaker, he demonstrates strength. He demonstrates strength in some areas, and especially in some enclave, which will remain classified for the time being. And Mr. Speaker, to once again welcome our colleagues from Tanzania, and we avail ourselves to compare notes. We want to grow democracy in Africa via the vehicle of our parliament. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity of it.
I thank the co-leaders for their inputs, and I want to apologize to one of the members from Tanzania whose name was not included in the list I read to you. My attention has been drawn that we have another colleague with them, and the first list they gave me did not include his name. That is Honorable Ludovic Utu. He's a member, and I had the opportunity of interacting with them. Tanzania, a word coined from the two initial nations of Tanganyika and Zanzibar. That is where Tanzania is from. It's a country that I will recommend to all of you to visit, not because of the mountain Kilimanjaro, but is a country that you can get so many interesting things. In fact, one of the tourist destinations of the world. It's a place I have had on a number of occasions. I have visited there, and I really took advantage to go not only to the wild, but also to the sea. If you want to see sharks, you can see them there. Sharks, lions, not white elephants, but lions, and most of the wild animals are still there, and they've done well. We preserve them, in spite of the fact that they are twice the population of Ghana. We are about 30-point-something million, they are about 60-point-something million. So they are twice our population, and truly they are doing well, doing very, very well, and we should partner and support them to succeed. So once again, you are welcome. My time is up, and I'll call on the Second Deputy Speaker to take the chair, and I go to attend to another delegation. Second Deputy Speaker to take the chair and continue with the business of the House.
Yes, leadership. Any guidance?
Speaker, will come under item 6, presentation of papers. Presentation of papers, and take item A, B, C, and D. So I will seek your leave for the Deputy Minister of Finance to take item A and B.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thought we raised objection and the direction was that we should step those items down until the minister comes in person to Lagos on Wednesday. I thought that was the ruling.
No. The ruling was that the papers can be laid. It should be referred to the committee, but the committee should not work on it until the finance minister comes. So that's the directives the speaker has given.
Mr. Speaker.
Where are you starting, leader? Okay, he wants to talk. Yes, Deputy Minister.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I wish to seek your leave to withdraw the exemption bill which was laid earlier. To relay next week, to be relayed, the exemption bill.
Which item?
Exemption bill date.
Deputy Minister, which item? Which item?
The exemption bill 2022. It's not on the order. Withdrawing. It's not on there.
Yes. Speaker, the deputy leader sought your indulgence to withdraw the exemptions bill which had been laid earlier. So if you give recognition to that by indicating that it's withdrawn, then he could do the others subsequent to that.
Mr. Speaker, did I hear the majority leader say you are withdrawing exemptions bill? The bill which was brought in 2017 couldn't be pursued. You brought it, you are withdrawing again, exemptions, and you are committed to dealing with tax leakages through exemptions, which is over $2 billion US. Mr. Speaker, they brought the bill here. Have you been reading the President's State of the Nation address? If you read it, 2017, exemption. Exemptions. So show commitment to it. Thank you.
Honourable members, the bill is duly withdrawn and the referral has also been withdrawn. Yes. So, which?
Speaker, we're taking items 6, A, B, C, and D. However, I'll seek your leave.
Speaker, respectfully, I will seek your leave to present the papers listed as items 6A and 6B on behalf of the two ministers.
Very well. You may go on.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the National Road Safety Authority for the year 2021.
Honourable members, the statement has been duly presented. It will refer to the Roads and Transport Committee for consideration and report.
Right Honourable Speaker, I am very convinced that is not the Minister of Transport. I know my colleague Minister of Transport. At least he should tell us why.
He sought my leave.
Yes.
And the leave was granted.
So at least he should tell us where my friend, the Transport Minister, he can't just assume to be any minister at any time. You cannot be every minister at any time. So tell us where that at least he's at post, but he cannot be here. Then we know that you are not taking over their jobs. So tell us. Please. Yes. I finished.
Yes. Says B.
Mr. Speaker, let my colleague know that I'm doing so in my capacity as leader of government business. As simple as that. And via that vehicle, I'm capable of presenting a paper on behalf of any minister, at any time.
Respectful leader, let's go on. Says B.
Work program of the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation, GNPC, for the year 2022.
Honourable members, the work program has been duly presented. It was referred to the Committee on Mines and Energy for consideration and report.
The Speaker, for 6C, we have the Deputy Minister for Finance.
Yes, Honourable
Deputy
Deputy
do the
Minister.
presentation on behalf of the substantive minister.
Loan facility agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and African Export-Import Bank, Afrexim Bank, for an amount of up to $750 million United States dollars to finance capital and growth-related expenditures in the 2022 budget.
Honourable members, the agreement has been duly presented. It is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. However, the committee is not supposed to consider the referral until the minister comes here and address the issue. So we move to D.
Speaker, the C and the C, we have two items. So we should be doing the II. We've done just one.
Syndicated term loan facility agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the joint mandated lead arrangers and book runners, MLABS, Rand Merchant Bank, a division of First Rand Bank Limited, London branch, Standard Chartered Bank, and the Standard Bank for South Africa Limited, for an amount of up to $250 million United States dollars to finance capital and growth-related expenditures in the 2022 budget.
Honourable members, the agreement has been duly presented. It is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report on the same caveat. Can we move to D? Yeah, the chairman.
Speaker, D now. D, the chairman is here.
Yes, chairman for Works and Housing Committee.
Report of the Committee on Works and Housing on the commercial contract between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources and Ghana Water Company Limited, and JV versus Dennis for an amount of 65 million euros to finance the Takwa Water Supply Project.
Honorable members, the report has been duly presented. It is for distribution to members.
Honorable Speaker, you just said the report has been laid and is for distribution, but I can't see any move to distribute that report to members in the House. Can the chairman assure us that that report is ready and is in the House currently to be distributed to members? If so, let's have the report as soon as possible.
The report is due ready for distribution. Thank you.
The chairman has assured.
Right, I can say the House is ready.
Yes. Leadership.
Speaker, shall we go on to page 12 for today's order paper and take item 18? Page 12, item 18.
Honorable members, may I invite you to page number 12, item number 18, motion by the chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honorable House adopt the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, public boards, corporations, and other statutory institutions for the period ended 31st December 2018. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I present the report of the committee. And Mr. Speaker, I ask that the Hansa capture the entire report as having been read, whilst I dwell on few areas. Mr. Speaker, this report was presented to the House in accordance with Article 1872 of the Constitution and referred to the Public Accounts Committee in accordance with Order 1652 for consideration and report. The purpose of the audit, which was conducted by the Auditor General, was to examine and express opinion on the audited account of each public board, corporations, and other statutory institutions. The audit was to evaluate the adequacy of the system of internal control, compliance with relevant legislations, accounting policies, applicable financial and regulations of these organizations. Mr. Speaker, I'll give you the summary findings of the Auditor General. The significant findings of the Auditor General bordered on outstanding debts and loans recoverable, cash, payroll, procurement, tax, stores, and contract irregularities. The committee noted that the irregularities decreased significantly from an amount of 12 billion in 2017 to 3 billion in 2018, representing a 399.13% decrease in the irregularities. So, Speaker, general observation and recommendation of the committee. The committee noted that most of the institutions had complied with the recommendations of the Auditor General in respect of the irregularities cited against them. Generally, it was observed that
out of a total amount of 3 billion uncovered by the Auditor General in 2018, an amount of 2.6 billion, representing 86.9%, had been recovered, leaving an amount of 393 million, representing 13.04%, to be recovered. The following boards and corporations were observed to have specific resolutions, unresolved irregularities. And Mr. Speaker, these boards and the corporations are covered in the report from paragraph 7.1 on page 9 of the report. Mr. Speaker, I urge colleagues to read the entire report. I will come to the conclusion part of the committee's recommendation. Mr. Speaker, the committee, after a thorough examination of the report, recommends to the House to adopt its report on the Auditor General's report on the public accounts of Ghana for public boards, corporations, and other statutory institutions for the year ended 31st December 2018, in accordance with Order 1653 of the Standing Orders of the House. But Mr. Speaker, let me draw the attention of the committee for a very significant recommendation on page 14 of the report, which dwell on the inappropriate method of procurement. The audit revealed that management of Ghana Cylinder Manufacturing Company Limited procured goods using wrong method of procurement in contravention of Public Procurement Act, Amendment Act of 2016 at 914. Additionally,
Leader, may you go to the recommendation?
Additionally, Mr. Speaker, I'm coming there. Okay, this is very important. That is why I'm reading it. Additionally, the company engaged a single source procurement without approval from the Public Procurement Authority. The committee noted that the management has since applied for retrospective approval of the single source procurement. Now, this is a breach in the violation of the procurement law of the country, and that the Attorney General must take the necessary steps to prosecute officers of the company involved in the breach of the procurement law of the country. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House adopt this report of the Public Accounts Committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The ranking Honorable Arafat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion ably moved by the chairman of my committee on the report of the Public Accounts Committee, on the report of the Auditor General of the Public Accounts of Ghana, public boards, corporations, and other statutory institutions for the period ended 31st December 2018. The Speaker, in seconding the motion, I want to make a few observations. Mr. Speaker, I take members to paragraph 6.0. The significant findings of the report bordered on outstanding debtors, loans, recoverable, cash irregularities, payroll irregularities, procurement irregularities, tax irregularities, store irregularities, and contract irregularities. The committee noted that the irregularities decreased significantly from an amount of 12 billion in 2017 report to 3 billion as recorded in the 2018 report. a decrease of over 400%. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw members' attention to the fact that of late, there have been a lot of comments and talk in the public space about the fact that the Auditor General's report and the quantum or the value of it is an indication of the level of corruption in the country or amounts lost to the state. Clearly, this report, which shows that the quantum of infractions or the value of infractions has dropped from 12 billion to 3 billion between 2017 and 2018, shows that such public statements made both outside this house and in this house is incorrect and should be desist from doing that, because it has a very bad effect on the work of the Public Accounts Committee as well as the Auditor General's report. If the public perceive the professional work that is done by the Auditor General as being politicized, I don't think it is in the best interest of the country. The Speaker, again, if you look at paragraph 7, you notice that of the 3 billion infractions that have been stated by the Auditor General, they have also recorded that 2.6 billion out of the amount has actually been recovered by the time of their report, constituting 86% of the infraction. So again, Mr. Speaker, the work of the Auditor General and the Public Accounts Committee is very, very important, since these amounts have been recovered by the two institutions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, let me come to Boriban Boy.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the space to contribute to this very important report. Mr. Speaker, I want to take you to paragraph 614. That has to do with procurement irregularities. We are talking about 15,121,639.13 Ghana cedi went into people's pockets as a result of procurement irregularities, and that is very serious. Mr. Speaker, I want to still stick to the issues of procurement, and so I'm taking you to paragraph 761. 761 talks about inappropriate method of procurement. Yes, we discovered that some agencies procured goods and services without going through the right methods, and that for me is worrisome. These are institutions that are supposed to have the expertise. These are institutions headed by very learned people who are supposed to understand our procurement laws. Unfortunately, that's not what we see. Mr. Speaker, we have recommended that there is a need for such people to be dealt with according to the law. And let me give you a specific example, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like I said, under 761, bullet number 2, it came out that Ms. Francis Essien, who is the head of a cylinder company, had agreed that their procurement irregularity that took place under her office, that is aware of it. For me, it is not enough for her to accept and apologize and go free. It is important that we refer her to the appropriate headquarters, the appropriate institution, so that the law will take its course. If we don't do that, Mr. Speaker, many out there don't take this our committee and parliament serious when it comes to the issue of public accounts and its work. Mr. Speaker, that is not all. If you also go into point 2, under the same subheading, it talks about variation of contract without authority. Some organizations also will vary contracts without authority, without going through the Public Procurement Authority, which is a breach of the law. They have accepted that they have breached the law, and what they are saying is that we should pardon them. Mr. Speaker, our chairman made it clear that we do not have the mandate, the powers to pardon anybody. What we do is to recommend that the law takes its course. And so we are using this platform to appeal to Mr. Speaker and Parliament to refer those who have been cited in this particular report to the appropriate institutions to deal with them. If not, the work of Public Accounts Committee will not be taken seriously. Mr. Speaker, again, still on the issue of procurement, if you look at bullet number 3, it talks about awarding contract without due process to a tune of $2,721,042.50 US. Huge sums of money. You award contracts without going through the due process. And like I said earlier on, we are talking about people who are knowledgeable. It's deliberately done. That they are aware of the laws, but they deliberately do what they want to do and come to Public Accounts Committee and apologize. And once they apologize and will come here and discuss the issues, it ends there. If that is what is going to continue, why are we even calling on them and interrogating them? The work of Public Accounts Committee, Mr. Speaker, must be taken seriously. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah.
Yes, my boss.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am looking at these reports and I recall some of my own experiences when I was the head of a public agency. All the infractions we're talking about do not necessarily result in loss of revenue or loss of funds. All the infractions, what they are saying is that somebody did not follow the proper procedure. Sometimes, indeed, even though proper procedure may not have been followed, we get better value than when the procedure has been followed. Indeed, I started public service before this Procurement Act was implemented. And I can say that there were better value for expenditure than when we started taking it through this long procedure. Often we start the procedure, by the time we get to the conclusion and select a contractor, cost would have changed. It has gotten more expensive. But for those of us who are members of parliament, if we're monitoring how the little resources we are supposed to have control over, we'll notice that if you procured something personally or directed, you got better value. I'll give an example. I gave a project, drill a borehole. The man says, we charge you 5,000 Ghana cedis. I write to instruct, pay this man 5,000 cedis to construct this borehole. Paid, work done. Within a short period, another project, Director of Health Services, another health facility, for the same thing, said, okay, we did this project. The Director of Health Facility paid for the other one. We did this project for 13,000 cedis. So I'm permitting you use 13,000 cedis from the money of the one I have control over to do the same thing. They come back and for the same amount of money, it does less than half of the work that was done. So when the Director of Health Services went to commission it, she was surprised. Lawyer gave me the same amount of money to do this for Jesse Krum, the same health facility. How come? For this 13,000 Ghana cedis, we are talking about 2010. It drilled a borehole, laid the pipe into the health facility with an overhead tank, took the water supply into the health facility to their bathroom and into their service area. For the same amount, for another health facility, it just drilled a borehole, put the water tank on blocks, and put a tap onto it. It didn't go into the facility for the same amount. So when I was informed, I called the contractor. You did the same thing for me here. You charged this much. How come I'm told that for the same drilling, you're charging almost 2.5 times? He said, lawyer, it's not me. The desks which every one of the document passes, they add their own cost. So my cost hasn't changed. I charge 5,000 cedis then to drill the borehole. But the charge to me, my account was 12,000 cedis for the same service after it has gone through the procurement system. So what I'm saying that our focus should be on value for money, rather than just ending at procedure. If we use the sole sourcing and we get better value for money, notwithstanding that the procedure or sole sourcing, we should rather count the value for money. And I'm saying that in some instances, in fact, we get better value even with the breach of the procedure. I would wish that the auditors would focus on value for money in addition to the procedure, because the procedure may not necessarily. The design of the procedure is to enable us achieve value for money, but often we don't get value for money after going through all that long procedure. So the focus should move away from only the process to, in the end, value for money. But this report is also interesting about some of the things that are contained here, because when the reports come out, unfortunately, we politicians attack one another for the infractions of people other than politicians. Look at paragraph 13.2. Outstanding debt on planning for food and jobs. 2.8 million, is that right? Yes, 2.8 billion, I guess. 13.2, page 27 of 37. Under planting for food and jobs, farmers are provided with farm inputs and farmers are required to make an upfront payment of 50%. The farm inputs before the farming season, and remaining 50% loans payable after. I'm sorry. That's the second report. Okay, I'm sorry. No, but the process is the same thing. We focus more on the form rather than the substance. And I'm saying that the end result of the procurement is to achieve value for money. So when
Mr. Speaker, go on. Nobody can stop Mr. Speaker.
The procedure I have not touched on the report yet. I was speaking to a wrong report. My attention has been drawn to that. But I'm talking about my experience on public service, and I'll share one example. I found that one of the reports said that what the challenges are that when people are paid accountants don't follow up to collect receipts. It's one of your findings. And the Auditor General will come and say that because of that, it's an infraction and they put a figure to it. But actually, is there a loss to the state? Is there a loss to the state? There is no loss to the state. I have paid for, you have provided a service. I've paid for you, but you did not give me a receipt. At worst, what it means is that the process did not conclude. But when they put the figure to it, the figure will be reproduced or mentioned as if the state has lost money. And that's why I refer to my own example. We procured air conditioners. They were installed across the offices. The auditors went around to find and verify that all the air conditioners were in place. But in the end, they said, when you paid the contractor, he did not issue the receipt, which was true. Once we issued a check to the contractor, work done. I did not pay any attention to anything until the auditors came. It is true, we did not take receipt for the work done. But does that mean that the state lost anything? Was there no value for money? That are some of them, and because they put a value to that, as if that money has been given without the service being done. And sometimes we politicians are blamed, attacked, and insulted for these reports, which indeed is not a true reflection or does not suggest that there are losses. It means that, and I see what they say, financial infractions. Is that the title they use? Or financial irregularities. Yes, they are irregularities to the extent that not all the required processes were followed through. But when they put a figure to it, they give the impression that indeed, as a result of that irregularity, some money, as the figure, have been used. And I'm particularly worried because some have used as a basis for arguing against paying more taxes. Indeed, when the debate on whether we needed more taxes or e-levy came, this report of 12 billion became what was being touted. Oh, so much money has been lost. But today, your report is suggesting that indeed, not any 12 billion were lost, but those that were truly financial infraction, as in losing money, have been recovered. But the figures often do not reflect or do not suggest that we lost money. It means that somebody did not follow the proper procedure in awarding a contract, but did we get value for money or not? That, in my view, is where the report may be misleading. And I suggest that you work all the reports they have issued, when they issue those figures, when they say financial infractions, when they say procurement infractions, all of them, if you go through them, the work has actually been done, but the person did not go through, use the proper procedure. But in the end, did we get value for money or not? That question is not answered. And therefore, often the report is a misrepresentation of the real situation. And I'm suggesting that the Public Accounts Committee work with the auditors to revise how they report those infractions and not make them appear to be a loss of money or a loss or value not provided, notwithstanding that there were instructions. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No, let me correct some impressions that the First Deputy Speaker has created. Let me correct the impression. You speak.
Honorable Leader, I haven't called you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
I haven't called you, Leader. You will get the opportunity to lay an.
No, I want to correct the impression first. I'll lose track of that. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what the First Deputy Speaker, the impression he created, first of all, is that if you read the purpose of the audit, which is on page 1 of the report, It is actually for the Auditor General to evaluate the adequacy of the internal control system. Then, compliance with the relevant laws. Why do we have the laws to govern our activities? It is for us to do the right thing. So if the law on procurement is that go through this process, even if it's sole sourcing or single sourcing, get an approval, and you didn't get it. If the First Deputy Speaker is arguing that, do we get value for it? That means that once we get value for it, then there's no need to follow the law.
Yeah.
That impression should not be created. That impression should not be created. The laws are there to govern our activities, to control us. Now, let me also give one example. He says that if the accountant do not follow to collect receipts, but the expenditure has been incurred, the auditor who went to audit was not there when the accountant was making the payment. The evidence for the auditor is the receipts that have been issued by the recipient of the money to tell the auditor that, yes, this payment has been made for work done. Mr. Speaker, somebody can prepare a PV, payment voucher. Okay? You prepare a payment voucher, you write a check, you sign, your director sign, you go and take the money and spend. No work was done. Okay? But if you take that PV and there is no receipt attached to it, for a recipient who is a third party issuing a receipt, especially VAT receipt, that shows that that receipt is actually coming from GRA, meaning that, yes, recipient actually received the money. That is why he issued that receipt. It gives assurance to the auditor that this expenditure did not go into the pocket of an individual. So, if there is no receipt attached to the PV, the auditor will not know that payment actually was done for the work done, or it ended in somebody's pocket. He will report on it. So, Mr. Speaker, let's not create that impression that we should look at the value and then forget about the processes that lead to that value. What is the evidence that? What is the evidence that that work, which was done for, let's say, 10,000, could have been done for 5,000 himself has said?
The law.
So, that impression should not be created. I want to clear that. Because this is a compliance audit. It is a law that we have made to govern the public officers. Have they followed it? When you are talking about value for money, we have the value for money audit. But this is what a financial audit, for that matter, is a compliance audit. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Honorable members, all those who are desirous to contribute, there will be another motion for you to contribute. So for now, allow me to put the question. Let him put the question. There's another motion. Honorable members, I'm putting the question now. I'm saying there's going to be another motion by
Mr. Speaker, just give them 2 minutes. No. Mr. Speaker, this is Public Accounts Committee report. The way the money you have
well. I'm giving Saudai. Then I'll come to you. Okay, Saudai, hold on.
Speaker.
Hold on. Saudai, hold on. Yes, member from Praeso.
Go here first, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, public boards, corporations, and other statutory institutions. Mr. Speaker, it will interest you to note in paragraph 6.0, and I would want to highlight that the significant findings of the report bordered on outstanding debts, loans,
and recoverables, and cash irregularities, payroll irregularities. But the committee also finds out that irregularities decreased significantly from an amount of 12 billion in 2017 report to 3 billion. Mr. Speaker, this is largely due to this House's laws that we have enacted. For instance, the Public Financial Management Act that regulates how public institutions spend their monies. Mr. Speaker, I have seen that our colleagues are really hitting very hard on paragraph 7.6.1, which borders on Ghana Cylinder Manufacturing Company. And in the submission of one of my colleagues, he made mention that it's important for the law to take its course and mention the name of the current Chief Executive Officer. Mr. Speaker, if I take you to the paragraph that talks about awarding a contract without due process, which is in the sum of about $2 million and some 1.393 million Ghana cedis, it will interest you to note that this happened under the stewardship of Mrs. Elizabeth Yawamoni, who was Chief Executive Officer from 2012 to 2016. It clearly exposes the inefficiencies within authority. Mr. Speaker, when the CEO appeared before our committee, you could clearly see that the authority needs some level of help. And for me, in agreeing with what the First Deputy Speaker said, we should not be quick in nailing people, we should not be quick in slaying people, in attempting to bury people. But instead, our focus should be on how we are able to restructure such institutions. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I would want to call on the Ministry of Energy, I would want to call on the Ministry of Energy to come to the aid of Ghana Cylinder Manufacturing Company. I mean, in the presentation of the CEO, she complained bitterly about inadequate sources of funding in an agency. And clearly, it will affect the technical aspect of the job that she does. And for me, singling out the current Chief Executive and not even highlighting the irregularities as caused by the former Chief Executive is somewhat misleading, and I think it's important. On that note, I support the committee's report. Thank you very much.
Yes. The last person is Saudai. Yes.
And then you go to leadership.
Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to add my voice for the adoption of.
Now you have 2 minutes.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, there are weighty matters in this.
No. We have.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, let the record reflect that the audit for which this report, the committee interrogator for which this report has been prepared for the adoption of the House, is an assurance and compliance audit. Mr. Speaker, for every infraction that the auditors refer to, they reference a regulation within LI 1802/2004. So these were not infractions that were conjured. It was in reference to a particular regulation in our statute books. Mr. Speaker, finance people has this to say. They say trust is good, but control is better. That is why when persons are placed in a position of trust, there are regulations for them to guide how they spend public funds. As we speak, there are public officers who are in court undergoing criminal prosecution for breach of Procurement Act and other statutes. So these are very serious matters. That when clear evidence exists of breach of the Procurement Act and other related statutes, we want to downplay it in this House. Mr. Speaker, let me reference the report particularly in paragraphs in paragraphs, that's page 15. Under the Ministry of Energy, for instance, there's been a variation of contracts without authorization by the same Ghana Cylinder Manufacturing Company from about 18 million in excess of 26 million. No reasonable explanations were provided. The same person. And that is one. Under the same Ministry of Energy, if you go to the National Petroleum Authority, Mr. Speaker, they procured contracts for services in excess of 40 million Ghana cedis without
Candidates for
and these are very serious matters. Any via the GNPC, I'm not being diabolic. I'm not being diabolic. These are very serious matters. So we ought not to downplay these matters. Mr. Speaker, let me take you to Ministry of Trade and Industry. And under trade, the infraction is that they granted loans without adequate information to some staff.
Without adequate information to?
Without adequate information to support the disbursement of these loans.
Mr. Speaker is very interested in this.
And these are things that were done in breach of clear statutes. And that is not all. If you take, for instance, the Ministry of Transport, Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Shippers Authority, for instance, defaulted in the payment of rent that was supposed to come to the state to help improve their revenue generation.
Honorable.
Mr. Speaker.
Start descending for London, please.
Yes, I'll do that, Mr. Speaker.
Descending, you use about 20
And so, Mr. Speaker, these matters, I agree that in adopting this report, we need a clear path. You must have heard that your committee, in the course of its work, were making referrals to the Attorney General for prosecution, particularly in respect of the procurement breaches. The committee is of the opinion that by our next interrogation, we may be adding other infraction areas. So we want to send a message that we will no longer debate these matters in this house and let it pass. We will begin to prosecute. And that's the message we want to send out. So the laws are there to be obeyed, not to be glossed over. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Very well. Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Are we moving to motion 19?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For motion 19. We're in a mood. Let's finish it.
This speaker. We should go on now to other people addendum and take item 1. Speaker, I've had good communication with my colleague, after which we'll take item 19. So we'll take, we go on to other people addendum and take item 1. And Speaker, I seek your leave for it to be done by the Deputy Minister of Trade.
Yeah, leader, let me hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am going to say that once we are debating the Public Accounts Committee report, we have done the first one. The second one cannot be bound to debate.
Leader, I assure you, I'm coming back. Don't worry. I'll come back. Don't
We are not going to go to second reading of a bill. Second reading of a bill. This is just a report. Mr. Speaker, give us 10, 15 minutes to finish it. Then we'll come back to the bill. This is a bill. I heard anywhere that a motion on a particular topic can be suspended, and then we'll move to another topic, then we come back. We'll lose the court. Let's complete with the public account report, then we come to the bill. Oh.
Speaker, with all respect, with the greatest of respect, my colleague, more often than not, I've deferred to you. I have issues to raise. Speaker, just an example. Article 187, related to the Auditor General's report. There are things I want to say, but because we are pressed with time, all of us are staging compromises for us to move ahead and be progressive. Please, Speaker, we should be going on to other people addendum. My colleagues should understand. I have compromised enough for you. You should do same. That's what we are doing as a house. We should reach out to one another. Speaker, we're going on to other people addendum and take item 1. He understands, and he's a very good man. Speaker, he's a very good man, and except that sometimes he throws in unnecessary salvo. He understands. Let's make progress.
I don't think we need to fight over this.
You
address both issues.
I want to say one thing. That is the way we ourselves treat the report of the Public Accounts Committee. The way we treat it is giving the civil servant that we ourselves are not even serious with the report. So they will continue to do the wrong thing. Mr. Speaker, why? Public Accounts Committee, this is how the budget we have approved for them, this is how they spend it. We should have interest in that. We are prepared running to give them more money all the time, but we are not prepared to go into how they spend the money. Mr. Speaker,
Leader,
why do we treat the Public Accounts Committee report that way? As if vote somewhere.
Leader, you'll come to it, don't worry. Don't worry. So please, let's take the addendum paper. They are leading government business. So we'll come back, don't worry. Addendum paper, motion 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Minister for Trade and Industry.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that item number 1 on today's other paper addendum, which is a procedural motion, be moved. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Kofi Amabu, may you second the motion?
Speaker, I second the motion.
Very well. Honorable members, this is procedural motion. It has been moved and it has been seconded. The question is, as many as are in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, it's obvious that the ayes have it. The motion is carried. We move to motion 2 on the addendum paper. Yes, Honorable Murphy.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the Ghana Standards Authority Bill 2022 be now read a second time. The Speaker, I want, with regards to this motion, industrialization and access to market for manufactured products in particular will require rapid modernization and production and extensive application of standards, methodology, and conformity assessments in both existing and new industries. The bill, amongst other objectives, seeks to consolidate the Standards Act 1973, NRCD 173, and the Weights and Measures Act 1975, NRCD 326, into one enactment for the collective administration of the responsibilities of the authority. The Speaker,
We expect the Ghana Standards Authority to significantly improve its capacity to provide quality assurance of goods and services in conformity to national and international standards. This is an important requirement for successful implementing government's industrial transformational agenda for meeting regional and global market entry. The Speaker, with these few words, I move the motion. Thanks.
Yes. Honorable Member for Tema Central, the Chairman of the Committee. Is it Tema West?
Tema West, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion, and by so doing, I like to present the report of the committee. Mr. Speaker, whilst I entreat the table office to capture the entirety of the report presented, let me highlight a few salient points, observations that the committee made. Mr. Speaker, this bill, or the importance of this bill, is premised on a report that this committee presented, which is captured in volume 109, number 5 of Hansard, 4 February 2020. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to just quote a particular portion which is attributed to the minority leader then when he was making his submission. He said, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, if you may grant me leave to go ahead. Now, Mr. Speaker, for instance, I see status of the proposed bill. A bill must be shepherded by the Honourable Minister, and so we encourage the Honourable Minister to walk the bill through Cabinet and get it referred to Parliament. When it is in our hands, we could do the touches that would strengthen the institution. For instance, assessment of weaning off from government subvention. Mr. Speaker, that is what the committee actually seeks to get this bill to do. The Ghana Standards Authority, Mr. Speaker, as far as you are concerned, is known to be the national standards and conformity assessment body for all goods that are manufactured here locally in the country. In fact, they've even been contracted by the Ministry of Trade to also assess the standards for imported goods and also goods meant for export. So the bill seeks to consolidate all the pieces of legislation that include Standards Authority Act 1973, the Weight and Measurement Act 1975, the weight, LI 664, LI 1541, and all the various laws and legislations that tend to support standards conformity in the country. Mr. Speaker, we observed as a committee that, for instance, the automobile and railway industries, which have transformed significantly due to technological advancement, rendering most of the standards and sanction regimes in the existing law not responsive to the changing trends and demands, very necessary for this new law to come into fruition. Even considering the fact that AFCFTA has come to stay, and the EU market is also demanding for new trade agreements with the African countries, or West African countries, it's important that we look at a Standard Authority as a new organization that has come.
Honourable Chairman, may you move to conclusion, please?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. And so, in concluding, let me say that the importance of this bill cannot be overemphasized, and by so saying, I second the motion for the bill to be passed by this August House. Thank you.
Yes. Honourable Ama Kufibua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion for the adoption of the report of the GSA on the GSA Bill 2022. Mr. Speaker, this bill has been long in coming, a very important bill that intends to help consolidate and position the GSA to play its very important role as the authority responsible for the establishment and promulgation of standards, enforcement of conformity, assessments, programs, and regulation of activities in respect to weights, measures of the country. Mr. Speaker, as has been, the bill tends to consolidate all the bills have been passed since the 60s and allies together to make sure that the GSA will be in a position to effectively administer its responsibilities. Mr. Speaker, it is also going to help reposition the GSA as the authority in the 21st century. Modern technology and a lot of advances, quite frankly, has really rendered a lot of the standards and sanction regimes that we have quite frankly not responsive. And this bill is going to strengthen the GSA, especially if you consider some of the institutions that are currently headquarters in Ghana, like the African Continental Free Trade and others. Mr. Speaker, the bill will also ensure a robust framework to ensure quality standards. One of the areas that actually interests me most is that this bill, Mr. Speaker, is expected to help increase the authority's current staff strength from 800 to 2,500, and also make sure its reach is across the country. Every district, we should have the GSA operating in every corner of this country. Mr. Speaker, it will create an opportunity to basically situations where this country has found itself where we shift goods outside the country, we have red alerts and basically rejection of Ghanaian products, because we are going to have a standard regime that, quite frankly, will meet international standards. And so, Mr. Speaker, it's a very important bill, it's urgent, and so Ghana stands to gain enormously on the passage of this bill 2022. I therefore urge the House to work and expedite the passage of this bill. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me. Are you a member of the committee? Deputy ranking, let me hear you. Hey, are you giving me a directive?
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for this opportunity to add my voice to this motion that the Ghana Standards Authority Bill 2022 be now read a second time. A very important bill. Many have spoken to the relevance of this bill. What I want to add is that the new bill will increase the scope of the authority, and in so doing, all issues that it was not able to adequately address will now be addressed. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to standardization, even the chair that you sit on needs a certain standard. And if that standard is not met, Mr. Speaker, I can assure you, you begin to have back pain. And many more reasons why we think that the Ghana Standards Authority must be strengthened and its scope must also be widened. Mr. Speaker, this new bill has taken into consideration the governing body of the institution. You now have about 13 members of the board. Hitherto, that was not the case. And what is interesting is that the 13 now have institutional representations that are very relevant to the activities of the Ghana Standards Authority. The Ghana Standards Authority is to develop and publish standards. So if we do not strengthen it, how is it going to do this? Again, it is the institution that is to issue the respective Ghana standard marks. It needs a lot to be able to do this. It is for this reason that we think that this bill must be given the necessary attention and that we must adopt it and take it through the process and pass it so that they are able to do their work and do it well. I thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. You won't die now. Thank you.
Sir, you've already given your to Adongo, so member for Bolga Central. Let's hear you.
Thank you very much.
2 minutes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't know my colleague is the third deputy speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the views shared by my colleagues on this important bill, but also to add my voice to the urgent need to have the Ghana Standards Authority strengthened enough to provide safety for all of us. As a country, we continue to import a lot of things without the appropriate standards and without the compliance to the various standards that will enable us to have very healthy lives. We are getting fire outbreaks, and often they will tell us it's the electrical fittings that were used that is causing the problem. And yet we don't have the Standards Authority with the right capacity to go into this and ensure that we import the right electrical equipment. But, Mr. Speaker, the most important thing in this bill is the fact that within the space of standards and measurement, there are several theft walls that we should seek to normalize with this bill. You'll find that the Ghana Standards Authority often is in conflict with the National Petroleum Authority. It is in conflict with the Minerals Commission, and it is in conflict with the Food and Drugs Board. And these theft walls must be addressed in order to provide the appropriate enabling environment for these entities to operate. Mr. Speaker, the truth about some of these is that often it is an issue of IGF, it's an issue of revenue. And so even if the activity belongs to Ghana Standards Authority, the other institution is looking at the possibility of the revenues that it would have gotten if it was conducting that business. But our focus ought to be on which is the right place to place that particular activity. For instance, you find the Minerals Commission trying to certify gold and set standards for gold. That is not activities of the Minerals Commission. You find instances where the National Petroleum Authority, by virtue of the fact that it regulates the downstream, thinks that it must set standards of petroleum products that we must put into our vehicles. That is not their responsibility. And so I want us to work to ensure that this bill provides the opportunity to level the playing field and have the appropriate institutions deal with the various issues. The point is that the Standards Authority has a problem with funding. And it complained to us there was some percentage of the CIF funds that was assigned to them. Over time to get eroded, and now they basically don't get anything out. And yet they are the ones who are supposed to ensure that at the port, those imports are set to the standards. We must work to bring back that funding for Ghana Standards Authority so they can effectively have the resources to work for us. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I would like to call on all of us to work to provide an appropriate legal environment for the Ghana Standards Authority. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, thank you so much. Let me now come to leadership.
Speaker.
A leader, why don't you let us listen to Mutala first?
I'll give him a slot to you. I'll give him a slot to you.
If you are not happy,
go ahead.
If leaders are talking, so you just record. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the motion on the GSA bill. And I want to associate myself with the previous comments on the significance of this bill. Mr. Speaker, this bill will make the Ghana Standard Authority independent. One, financial independent. Two, operational independence. And it has the potential of breaking in the needed revenue for this country. Honorable Adongo made reference to these oil companies. the drilling of oil in this country, the calibration is not done by the Standard Authority. This bill will give them the opportunity to do the calibration on their own, and several millions of dollars of this country would have been saved, because we begin to know the quantity of oil that we get from our oil investment. It is also significant to state that it helps to decentralize the operations of the Ghana Standard Authority. This bill seeks to provide regional and district offices across the country. The benefit of that is, one, they will make transaction of business easy for business people, and time is significant. Two, they will engage several young people in this country in the form of jobs, so it helps to reduce the unacceptable level of unemployment we experience in this country. It is also significant to state that the Standard Authority is a means of ensuring safety for the citizens of this country. We consume all manner of things, and some of the things we consume, from electrical appliances even to the food we consumed, there isn't a specific standard of measure that determines the quality and the standard of the things we have. We are the only country, I believe, maybe one of the few countries where weighing is not done. There isn't any scale. You go there to buy tomatoes at the market, the woman will just fetch and put it in there. Depending on the estimation of the seller, they tell you to pay. Whereas in other countries, there's a weighing system that when it weighs this is the amount of money you pay. So it ensures effective and efficient delivery of goods and services. It is also significant, Right Honorable Speaker, to state that this bill is a bill that spanned this particular parliament. And several attempts to have it done, unfortunately, could not see the light of the day. It is significant that we are going to make history. That as a parliament, the 8th parliament, we have done many things that the other parliaments could not do. And for me, it is significant. In considering this, several factors came to play. And some of those factors were to protect the interests of this country. It synergizes the operations of other agencies, particularly the Food and Drugs Authority. And for me, we certainly couldn't have been approving any bill so important and significant than now. And with these few words, and haven't listened to me now, I want to thank you rather mildly for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the motion in the approval of the Ghana Standard Authority bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Yes. What does that mean? This thing you did, what does that mean?
I said mildly, I could have said elephantly or vegibombly for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this speaking.
Yes, leader, let's hear you.
Speaker, I think the risks of being repetitive, and also for the fact that it's just a debate on the principles and policy, I'll limit myself to a few issues while I speak in support. So I think it goes without saying that Speaker, it's important for us to recognize that this bill has been considered for a very long time. My colleagues will bear me out. That is something that we've talked about for a very long time. Today is a very important day, and at last it's been read the second time and calling for our support and blessings. Speaker, I think one of the things that touches me most is the fact that all the pieces of legislation, if you look at the history of Standard Authority, if you look at and how the nomenclature and the names have been changed one way or the other, with the motive of ensuring that we achieve the needed standards. And here the standard is looked at in a broader context of products and services. It's not limited to only product. So bringing together all the relevant pieces of legislation for this passage of a one-encompassing legislation is very, very impressive, and it's something that we need to look at. Again, if you read the bill, there are sections that anticipate a possible conflict between an institution like the Food and Drug Authority. And the bill had made provisions that where there is such conflict, there should be a synergy between these institutions so that they can work together for uniformity. Speaker, let me just conclude on the note that for the fact that the standard authority is going to be decentralized, for me is a game changer. It's a game changer where these standards could be enforced at the district level. Because more often than not, at the capital cities, even though the infractions happen, it is at the district level that they often happen more. And then it's because of a level of awareness and education. That is where these infractions are committed more. So it is gratifying to know that the bill has emphasized the need for it to be decentralized, the authority to be decentralized. And for me, that is a critical point that we should mention. In conclusion, Speaker, we shouldn't go to sleep after the passage of this law. More often than not, we get excited when laws are passed. For me, what will make it, put the icing on the cake, is enforcement. We should ensure that we enforce this to the benefits of the entire country. Speaker, with these words, I support the motion for the adoption of the report. I thank you for this space.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favour of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it.
An act to establish the Ghana Standards Authority, amend and consolidate the law relating to standardization, conformity assessment and metrology, and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the Ghana Standard Authority Bill 2022 be now read a second time. Yes, we come back to motion 19. Chairman of the committee.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honourable House adopt the report of the Public Accounts Committee for the report of the Auditor General and the Public Accounts of Ghana for ministries, departments, and agencies for the year ended 31st December 2018. Mr. Speaker, I read the committee's report. Portions of the report, whilst the Hansa captured the entire report as having been read. So, Speaker, this report was laid and referred to the Public Accounts Committee for consideration and report in accordance with Order 1652 of the Standing Orders of Parliament. The procedure of this is to examine the report. The committee held a number of public hearings and was assisted by ministers, deputy ministers, and officials of the ministries and the department. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of the audit by the Auditor General is that the Auditor General wants to find out whether the MDAs maintain proper records and books, whether accounts were properly kept, and all the public monies duly and fully accounted for. The audit also sought to determine if the rules and procedures applicable were sufficient to ensure an effective check on the assessment, collection, and proper allocation of revenue, and whether monies were expended for the purposes for which they were appropriated, and the expenditures duly authorized. So that is the purpose of the audit. The Auditor General noted that The summary of findings were on 7 areas: the tax, cash, loans, payroll, stores and procurement, rents, and contract irregularities were the areas the Auditor General found the infractions. The analysis of the infractions from 2016 to 2018 shows that the infraction dropped from 2.1 billion in 2016 to 892 million in 2017. Then in 2018, it rose from 892 million to 5.2 billion Ghana cedis. That is the irregularities identified by the Auditor General. Now, the specific irregularity from tax to contract irregularity can be found on page 4. That is paragraph 6.1.1 of the report. The Speaker, the committee takes public hearing and has come out with a conclusion. And the conclusion is that, let me read the conclusion. The committee has carefully considered the report and finds that the Auditor General duly prepared same by examining the accounts submitted and expressing his opinion thereon, pursuant to Order 187 of the Constitution and Section 84 of the Public Financial Management Act of 2016 at 921. The committee therefore recommends to the House, in view of the foregoing, to adopt its report and approve the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, ministries, departments, and other agencies for the financial year ended 31st December 2018. The Speaker, I so move. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honourable Member for Fantiakwa. South. Is it South?
Fantiakwa South, yes.
Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion, ably moved by my chairman, for this House to adopt the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, ministries, departments, and other agencies for the year ended 31st December 2018. The Speaker, in moving for the motion to be adopted, I will make only one comment on paragraph 6.1. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the infraction is on tax irregularities amounting to 4.7 billion. Mr. Speaker, I just want to draw the attention of the House to the fact that this singular infraction constituted about 92% of the total infractions, and it's made up mainly of income tax in arrears of about 2.7 billion, pay as you earn in arrears of about 450 million, withholding tax of about 620 million, and VAT in arrears of about 980 million, summing up to about 4.7 billion. The Speaker, I just want to report that at the time that we sat with the GRA and the Auditor General, these amounts have been recovered and paid to the state. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you. No, all those who have spoken already, no, let him come to a champon. A champon, I'm inviting you to take the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to the report on the floor. Mr. Speaker, we need to set the record straight. I say so because, Mr. Speaker,
the middle belt.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, this is a very important report, which members must allow contributors to speak to it. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ajekum is the vice chairman of the committee. And we are interrogating what the committee
is. Is he the vice chairman or the ranking?
Vice chairman, the ranking member of the committee. Public Accounts Committee. And we are reading, or we are interrogating the report presented to this House. And he's here rationalizing the report, telling us that at the time of meeting the agencies, some monies have been recovered. But those monies cannot find expression in their own report. Put those recommendations or those recoveries in the report, so that whoever picks the report will know that what we are speaking to is a statement of fact. You can't come to explain to us what happened at the committee level without finding an expression in the report. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about only 2 or 3 items. Other colleagues want to speak.
Yes, let me hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to correct an impression. One, not just as a leader, but also a member of the committee. The Auditor General does its work. Identify infractions. People are given the opportunity to defend or otherwise the infractions cited in the report of the Auditor General. By the time we had the public hearing, some went ahead to provide the necessary documentation and even made some payments. I guess that is what the ranking member was referring to. By the time we had the public hearing, people went and made payment for which there were certain infractions. So that's just the correction I want to do. Thanks.
If I got Honorable Champon well, those payments or whatever rectification that happened should have found expression in the report. Should that not be the case?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me take you to page 8. Page 8 of the report. Paragraph 7.0, Committee's Observation and Recommendation. It says that the committee noted that most of the institutions have complied with the recommendations of the Auditor General in respect of the irregularities cited against them. The committee observed, however, that the irregularities that remain unresolved relate to the following ministries. So once you go to the report, those unresolved issues are captured there. Yes. If they are not captured, it means that they have been resolved.
Yes, in the figures.
That is it. So for GRA, the only thing is only 33 million which are not been resolved.
Yes, Honorable Champon.
Mr. Speaker, I've taken those comments on board. But Mr. Speaker, if you take your time to go to the report 4 of 37, in 2016, inflation stood at 2.2 billion. 2017, it came down to 892 million. And in 2018, it shot to 5.2 billion Ghana cedis. 5.2 billion Ghana cedis. And Mr. Speaker, let's check what accounted for all these things. If you turn to item 6.12, they are reporting to us cash irregularities amounting to 388 million Ghana cedis. And they are telling us unauthorized use of IGF. This one lecture, that one, at least, maybe in future they'll present those.
Honorable Champ, 2 minutes, please.
2 minutes?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I have enough to talk about. Revenues unaccounted for, unsupported payments, and uncredited payments. Mr. Speaker, if you receive money
and it did not credit that payment into the account of which that amount is supposed to go, meaning it went into a wrong hand. Somebody has taken government money without accounting for it, which is very serious infraction that we're dealing with. Because we've given you 2 minutes, I'll rush through the time. Mr. Speaker, let's go to 6.14. They are reporting that unregulated is 1.875 million Ghana payroll irregularities on earned salaries to separated staff as a result of delays in deleting their names from the payroll. Some people have earned salaries which they are not entitled to, and they are nowhere to retrieve these monies because some have resigned, some have traveled outside the country, and their names were not deleted from the payroll, but they were being paid. Who collected those monies? The agencies refused to report to the other authorities so that their name will be deleted from the payroll. Meanwhile, every month they were earning the salaries and somebody was drawing the money from their bank account. So the monies have gone into wrong hands. So we can't recover this money. So if you tell me some monies have been recovered, these are earned salaries, people are taking it and nobody is ready to refund those monies to the state. Mr. Speaker, let me touch on the last one before I sit down. 6.17. Contract irregularities, 5.598 million Ghana cedis. And the committee is telling us that the total contract irregularities reported was 5.598. Out of that, 4.890 was paid to Crow Associates in 2017. And Auditor General has recommended that that money must be refunded to the state. But the report is not telling us that Crow and Associates has refunded this money to the state. And you know those who are behind this contract. They are just working free. And government cannot find money to do other important projects in the country. But you paid almost 6 million Ghana cedis to somebody for doing nothing for the state. Mr. Speaker, it can't be business as usual. And we can't just read this report. The way Mr. Speaker is timing in, we rush into this report, and that becomes the end of it all. Mr. Speaker, let's be serious as a country, let's be serious as a house, so that money that have gone into wrong hands can be retrieved, so that we can use those monies to do things for the betterment of all of us. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
I'm taking 1-1, and I'll bring it to. So let me come to a member from Praeso. I'll come to you, the last person.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the Auditor General's report on the public accounts of Ghana ministries, departments, and other agencies. Mr. Speaker, I listened to my colleague, Mr. Champo, and clearly he fails to appreciate the kind of work the committee is doing or the committee does. Mr. Speaker, I think I need to commend the chairman of our committee. In fact, there has been instances where we have invited even persons whose name, especially on issues of payroll irregularities, where we have gone to the extent of even recommending to agencies to take criminal action, to report same to the police and all of that. So to say that it appears that people are taking monies that they do not deserve, for me is clearly a low point on the kind of work we do at the committee level. But Mr. Speaker, I want to refer my colleague to his comments on the Ministry of Finance, payment for work not done. Mr. Speaker, it's important for us to clear this important point that in October 2020, Mr. Speaker, an Accra High Court said that the surcharge, the $1 million surcharge that the previous Auditor General slapped on this very transaction was wrong. And indeed, the Auditor General, when they appeared before the committee, admitted that work had been done.
So to now want to to now want to score some political points out of this is quite unfortunate. I think issues surrounding Kroll and Associates has been dealt with, and the committee appreciates that. The Auditor General appeared before us and indicated clearly that work was done, and they are satisfied with the kind of work that has been done by the company. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this very report. Thank you very much.
Yes. Bolga Central.
Chairman, thank you very much. Today,
I give you 2 minutes.
Today, I'm very privileged to have this opportunity. But, Mr. Speaker, the issues that we are dealing with are very serious matters, and we don't have to belittle the point. We are a country that keeps borrowing. Today, they are asking us to approve a loan of $1 billion. Okay, we are bringing a tax exemption that is only worth 500 million Ghana cedis a year, and yet the Ghana Revenue Authority is refusing to collect 4.7 billion from people who owe us those monies. That is unacceptable. And the Ghana Revenue Authority should be the last institution to be indicted in this manner. The same Ghana Revenue Authority is cited for auctioning vehicles totaling 25 million without being able to account for it. I think these are very... The issue of Crow. Mr. Speaker, if you are familiar with audit processes, you would understand that the auditor, when he finds these irregularities, would have approached management to tell them that I need the full documentation to assess the work of Crow. You say you don't have it now, I'll provide it. When the auditor is exiting, he calls you to say that I still have this outstanding. You say, I'll provide it. The auditor now writes back to you to say that those that you did not provide, I want to incorporate them in my report and make my conclusions in the management letter. You still say you don't have it. Now the auditor says you haven't provided these documents, and you are saying you will provide them later, after almost 1 year. Clearly, somebody must be surcharged for this type of transactions, because clearly they don't have any evidence that the work has been done. And it is rightly titled as work not done. Mr. Speaker, one of the issues I find here is the fact that the cash irregularities, that some found its way into private accounts. These are public funds. And the Auditor General is reporting that public funds ended up in private bank accounts.
In the digitized economy.
It is not about this. This is stealing. What is the role of public funds in somebody's bank account? After all the bank accounts that we have, including the consolidated fund, where to put it is in your bank account. So clearly, Mr. Speaker, these are very serious matters. Mr. Speaker, payroll irregularity. The report says that people who had left the organization or sacked will still be paid for no work done. This is worse than ghost names. The man is no more working with the state. He has departed, but every day money goes to his bank account. And we are looking at something around 1.8 billion. This is unacceptable. We cannot be glorifying anything such as this. Mr. Speaker, that the issues about contract irregularities. And here, Mr. Speaker, I want us to understand that what the Auditor General does for us in this audit is to provide the people of Ghana an assurance that the systems and processes that we have put in place to safeguard the public purse are followed. For anybody to suggest that somehow we should trust public officers to act in their instincts and safeguard the public purse is not supported by our laws. Otherwise, why are we passing laws here if we want the people to act appropriately? And even when the laws are there, we are seeing that they are pocketing the money in their bank accounts. Mr. Speaker, we need to take this work very seriously. And I am at pains to understand that we have an auditor who has indicated quite clearly some of the activities border on criminality. We should have heard that some of them are already arrested and put before court. If the money is in your bank account and you cannot explain why it is what it is doing there, the special prosecutor should be interested in this matter. If after almost 1 year, Kroll has not paid the money to the state, what are we waiting for? You want a demonstration? We cannot be wasting public funds in this manner. And there is nothing anybody can say that will take away the fact that the poor are paying the taxes and the privileged few are wasting these monies and sometimes putting it in their bank account and will come here to glorify and justify. Mr. Speaker, I would like to see more action by the special prosecutor in reliance on this clear indictment of not irregularities. Some of them border on pure theft. Nobody should have public funds in their private account. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Honourable members, I thank you very much. And at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. I put the question again. I didn't hear your voice. As many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Those against the motion, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is hereby adopted. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you and to thank members for the interest that the motion has generated. And I want to urge that we should take the Public Accounts Committee report seriously, because we have started referring people for prosecution. And that will serve as a deterrent to the civil servant, the public officers who embezzle state funds. So I want to thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, leadership. I'm tired, I'm hungry, but I want to take one statement.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, we have some outstanding statements since yesterday, so let's actually.
Mr. Speaker, I think we still have some energy. We still have some energy. And I think that we are paid to work. We are paid to work. And I agree with my colleague that we should have as many statements as possible. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, if there isn't anybody to... No, but if the Speaker falls now, we'll be held responsible for not allowing him. Because the Speaker has publicly stated that he's tired, he's hungry, isn't it, Mr. Speaker? And Mr. Speaker cannot be sitting there and be eating. So I think that let's show some empathy. Mr. Speaker, I think that we want to show sympathy and empathy. We need you, because without you, we cannot transact business. And if anything happens here, we'll be held responsible. So please sit down. So I think that use your discretion. And if you ask me, I would say that let's again do tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, I thought I just heard my available leader say or suggest that if you fall, the House will be held responsible. Is this suggesting that the Speaker is tired? The Speaker is not tired. So
I said it myself.
Speaker, then we are guided.
Let me take one. I want to take one from a lady. We have so many of them, and I'm taking one from a lady, a member from Insuta Kwamambi Poso. It appears he's the only lady here anyway. He's the only lady here, so Teresa is also there. So, honorable member for Insuta Kwamambi Poso, he just want to remind us that a year ago we undertook a tree planting, right? So, is it first anniversary?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make a statement on such an important national exercise. Mr. Speaker, On Friday, June 11, 2021, the government embarked on a national tree planting exercise, that Green Ghana project, to plant trees in various communities, schools, public institutions, etc. in the country. It was a well-intended policy rolled out on an unprecedented scale in terms of preparation and participation, and so must be commended by all. Indeed, the exercise, by virtue of its content, has reawakened the public consciousness about the need to preserve the environment. Mr. Speaker, the advantages of tree planting or afforestation cannot be overemphasized. Notwithstanding its numerous advantages, it is imperative to remind this Honorable House of popular maxim that when the last tree dies, the last man will die, and no wonder Parliament played its part by greening its own backyard. Mr. Speaker, in order to prevent the last man from dying, we have to conserve our trees and also ensure that the exercise does not become a 9-day wonder, but survive in order to protect the current generation and generations yet unborn, while inculcating in them a rich sense of environmental consciousness. On 22nd June 2021, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Natural Resources, Honorable Samuel Abujinapo, said in this House that the Forestry Commission distributed more than 7 million assorted seedlings across the country during the Green Ghana tree planting on June 11, 2021, and thereby exceeding the 5 million target. Mr. Speaker, the previous exercise received a tremendous bipartisan attention from honorable members as well as prominent personalities like former President John Ejekum Kufuor and your good self, Mr. Speaker, and that was laudable. It is envisaged that the current year's version will receive the support of all and sundry while we move to the next level of inculcating among our citizens the culture of national consciousness of tree planting and environmental protection to ensure that the present and future generations are not endangered. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, once again for the opportunity.
Thank you. Yes, two contributors. Yes, let me hear you, my brother.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to this statement. Let me congratulate the maker for this statement. I'm Honorable Joseph Kwame Kumakin Tamponov. Mr. Speaker, I'm contributing to this statement to emphasize the need for continuous afforestation instead of one-stop short sort of afforestation. Why do I say so? The country has various rainfall patterns which differ. The northern sector rains start late, while the southern sector rains start early. So going forward, if we actually want to let the Green Ghana project succeed, we need to have different areas in doing the planting of trees so that we can gain the main purpose for its establishment. We need the trees, we need to solve the ozone layer problem. Let me take this opportunity to commend the forestry officer for Kintampon North for a strategy they adopted before the 10th June. A week before that period, they organized students, civil society organizations, and other well-meaning Ghanaians, including Nananom of Kintampo North, for them to start planting the trees from various locations, from water bodies to institutions and along the routes of Kintampo. So the 10th of June was marked as a climax of the whole program. And I feel that if the nation will listen, we should take these suggestions into consideration so that we will start early, then the 10th June or whatever period becomes a climax of it. For these few words, I'm grateful for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Is it Lydia or Teresa? Lydia, let me hear you.
Yes. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the statement my sister made on the floor of this House. Right Honorable Speaker, it is a year ago that we started this program. I want to find out what are the follow-ups of what we planted last year. Have we done any follow-up to find out whether what we planted is actually surviving or dead? If we haven't done that, I don't think we are making a headway planting trees every year and wasting our time and our energy and resources. Another question that I want to find out is the type of trees that we plant. I don't think the type of trees we plant in the southern sector will do well in my constituency. My constituency is a near desert constituency. So if you plant the trees that will survive in the southern sector in my constituency, Right Honorable Speaker, bet me you they will not survive. Because the water table in my constituency during the dry season is different from that of the southern sector. And I think that if we want to do it and do it well, we should be able to look at that angle, the type of trees that we plant in the various zones of the country. Another issue that we need to deal with is the prices of gas. Today, every woman in this house knows that the issue of gas, especially the prices, have gone up. And therefore, we have resorted to charcoal, which will make our afforestation issues worse. Because at the end of the day, if I cannot afford gas, I will fall on charcoal. And therefore, people will continue to burn charcoal and cut down the trees that we are planting, and we go. Right Honorable Speaker, we all know the issue of Galamsey. We are fighting, and they are fighting back. Where have we reached today? And this Galamsey menace is what is killing most of our trees in the country. And if we don't take time, it will come to a time that we won't have trees in this country. Because everywhere, especially in the southern sector, is used as a Galamsey pit. Right Honorable Speaker, I was in Takwa the other day. And if you go around Takwa, hardly will you see trees that are mature enough for you to see that these are trees that can protect us. Everything has been cut down because of the Galamsey menace. And therefore, if we want to survive as a country, we need to fight the Galamsey and fight it well so that it will help us to develop our tree planting. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm most grateful, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Lydia. Now, we come to, this is purely backbenchers statement. So let me come to Offensive South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to these statements ably made by my sister, Honorable Adelaide Intim, Member of Parliament for Isutakwa. Mr. Speaker, I was going to ask the same question asked by the last contributor. Mr. Speaker, through 2021, we planted, the target of tree planting was about 5 million. And Mr. Speaker, we exceeded that by 2 million. So in actual fact, we planted about 7 million trees. This year, the target 20 million, and I'm told we have exceeded again by 2 million. The question my sister asked, how many of these trees actually survived last year? Mr. Speaker, I think the concern, as the lady said, should be on the survival. Mr. Speaker, even if about 50% of the trees planted last year and this year survive, Mr. Speaker, will be in good business. So I want to make a humble suggestion going forward, Mr. Speaker. Next year, I suggest that all the trees should be labeled. All the trees that are going to be planted next year and the years beyond should be labeled. And everybody who plants a tree or two should be responsible for the maintenance of the tree. So, Speaker, if we do that, then I'm sure we'll be able to ensure that at least a greater proportion of the trees survive. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, it will be an exercise in futility. So, Speaker, if you go to my constituency, Offenso South, I think we have about the largest, in terms of landmark, we have 5 forest reserves. So, Speaker, when I was a kid and you enter the forest, you realize that you have really entered the forest. But go there and enter the forest today, Mr. Speaker, it's just like a secondary forest. It doesn't look like a forest anymore. Mr. Speaker, I think going forward, the main concentration should be on the survivor after the tree planting to ensure that at least, we green Ghana and not just a mere talk. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. I had already said last one, but I can foresee the angle Honorable Member for Santi Achim North would like to take us to. Yes, because I overheard him talking about changing the economic trees. So let him hear you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this rare opportunity to contribute to this discussion. And let me commend the honorable member who made a statement, having brought the realization that we need to all redirect our attention to creating more forests. The policy direction in agroforestry has always been conservation. Mr. Speaker, we have not succeeded that much in trying to conserve forests in Ghana. If you look at the progression, every year we are losing forests. And therefore, notwithstanding the reinforcement of our labor force in conservation, we haven't been successful. It gives us the indication that the only way to go would be to create more forests, and that is more afforestation. What can we do? There are so many people on the streets of Ghana looking for jobs. But the forest industry ought to be one that should provide the jobs for our teeming youth, and indeed to provide revenue. Unfortunately, if you look at our schedule of forest products, the trees so listed do not include forest economic trees. I happen to be myself in the agroforestry program. I cultivated 50 acres of teak trees. Unfortunately, at the time of harvest, after 15 years, I realized that I wasn't making even enough to compensate me for my investment. Indeed, as we speak now,
Bongo, Honorable Bolgatanga, Honorable Doma is, please take your seat back.
More so when leaders are moving out of the... Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to continue. Mr. Speaker, from my own perspective, even as we speak, if you want to put economics to agroforestry, you see that you are always losing. Indeed, as we speak, 1 tree of teak after 15 years will fetch you not more than 150 Ghana cedis. 150 Ghana cedis. Look at the work you do over 14 years, 15 years. Then you harvest one and gives you this much. Mr. Speaker, why are we confining ourselves to these trees that are not economical? The reason is that in the schedule of forest products, we have not listed the economic trees. In Brazil, they have listed cocoa as a forest tree, for example, and that accounts for the tonnage of cocoa that comes from Brazil every year. But we are hurting ourselves by excluding the economic trees as forest trees. And if you look at cocoa, for example, it gives us the biodiversity, all right. It gives us also the forest cover, all right. And cocoa is also perennial. Unfortunately, cocoa doesn't come into the scheme of forest products, and therefore we cannot plant cocoa in here. So also is coffee. Coffee which will give us money. Indeed, by my small calculation, cocoa, if you plant after 3 years, every year will give you 500 cedis per tree, compared to 150 cedis over 14 years of teak. So why do we have to go the teak way instead of cocoa? My advocacy is for us to look at the schedule of cocoa products and include that which will attract the youth also into the forestry programs, so that we can, as part of also developing the biodiversity, we also bring economic revenue to afforestation. And that will also take our youth from the streets. It's a fine way of creating employment in Ghana, a fine way of also increasing our exports in cocoa and other products like coffee and even cashew. Mr. Speaker, I think afforestation is a good thing, except that we should also look at possibly benefiting from afforestation economically. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity to contribute to this discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Manso Kwanta, please. Tomorrow I will identify you. Sorry. I will identify you tomorrow. On that note, I bring statement time to a close. I thank the maker of the statement and all those who have contributed to the statement. Leadership, any indication?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, looking at the time, I think we are in your hands.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You raised concern, and I'm particularly worried about you. Not because you are my friend. I realize that you are losing even your voice. So it is a testament to the fact that you are really tired and hungry. On that basis, I think we are in your hands.
Well, honorable members, once again, let me thank you and move on to adjourn the House to tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. I thank you once again. The House stands adjourned.